were kept by Oryx. He imprisoned defeated enemies and
We are in the zone, the bass is pounding, shaking far.
kite and reach the substances of use. Now this prison is occupied by the Taken, and Zivu Aral's eye have come to bring the war to them.
Which that raid honestly is not that. What the fuck ship is he using? The hell is that? Let's get a look at this ship. John, what the fuck ship is this? UESC Rover. Oh. Oh. Yeah. As soon as I got a look at the colors on it, I was like, oh. Right on. That is pretty whack looking. Dig it.
You, sir. It looks like a little box on my screen.
Yeah. Let's find this conquest. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Let's see, we have Hive.
No, I haven't. I haven't played Marathon yet. Oh, yeah, that's right, the Server Slam. What the fuck is that?
I was
Oh, right, it's in here.
I was looking at it and I don't know. This doesn't really seem all that appealing to me. I think I'll just stick with this.
Oh, we all have to fix our loadouts too. That's annoying.
What's up in my loadout? Ah, shit. It's all done by that whole new gear stuff crap, isn't it?
Well, you're using New Gear. Wait a
Well,
second.
I am, but it says that my loadout is incorrect.
Oh yeah, no, now I'm the only one flashing. Okay, yeah, it's me that's loading. I'm the problem. Hold on. What are the champs in here? All right, we got extra arc coming in, and we've got barrier and unstop. All right. All right, we're gonna go bow sniper.
Oh, fucking allergies. Nip that shit in the bud here. You can't play a video game, little girl. You don't have opposable thumbs.
Excuse me. Yes, please. No. What? Ah. Yeah, I was just gonna say that's a call out to the movie.
Like, it just plays like
Right on.
but then there's a
Oh, really? Is it good?
and then it's actually really good.
That's funny. There you go. Oh, wow. Okay. I just need a sniper.
Conquest already completed. What?
Oh yeah, I think it says that if I think it says that if anybody has completed it, it's kind of bugged.
Oh, well, because I know I haven't completed it, so.
Oh, Actually want the champ one. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Oh, sniper. Okay. All right, I think I'm good. You guys all set?
Sure.
I like that attitude.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I laugh whenever I'm doing one of these, and it forces you to use new gear. I always laugh at how low the kill counts are because I haven't. This is the only time I use new gear is when I'm forced to. I'm using a bow with no kills and a sniper with 8.
Yeah, I can't say that. I mean, let's say I have a sword with 6K, and a pulse rifle with a little over 800. So
Yeah. Breaking it in.
seeing people in their fairy wings. I should be able to redeem this. I should.
Yep, that was good trade.
Damn.
Yeah, dude, microcosm is it does certain things for you well, not the full that is lower jump off.
Okay. As much as I
Oh, I have no sniper shot. Shit, guys.
What?
Just tormented that. Fuck. Oop.
Is he over there next to you?
Yeah, I got him.
Where the hell is the door? Did I
It's
just
over
miss
here.
the door? Oh, I just went a little off kilter. Okay. Damn, this dude has definitely eaten his Wheaties. Interesting.
I'm thinking of the theme song for that second.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for you guys. Every time I go over there, I die. I'm trying really hard not to kill people because I know that somebody
Yeah. Yeah, we both do. Johnny and I.
so run around like an idiot. Hey, I'm good.
Shit is still not fucking powered through. Breathing.
And some good is too, especially brown.
Fuck, this is not too good. Oh, I'm yeah. Fuck. As soon as I got empowered, I got surrounded by Satan. That all weird. John, you got this one? Go right ahead.
Oh, you fucktard. When I grow up, I'm gonna be a real tiger.
Oh, fuck. Fuck, I can't believe I lost that. Good shit.
Psycho Chick is reunion again. Run!
Oh, fuck you! Wow. Love that. Give full health in one hit. How am I getting one shot in a master combat? It's not even fucking up. Like, dude, the difficulties of Honda are so out of hand compared to Honda Conquest, I don't get it. But I guess they just don't push it very much.
Probably not. I mean, better start with the same time I was did give a shit, but...
Oh, fucking Christ, man! Okay, I obviously can't handle it. Hey, dude, I love it. I pick up the thing, I'm getting shot like fucking mad. As soon as I don't have anything to really shoot me. Dude, this again? Really? Come on. So much. Oh, I hate this so much.
I feel like I'm in an old 1930s movie.
You're right. Right, John. Oh, I don't know what needs to do different than me. If I get that thing, I immediately get fucking surrounded by ice. Like, really? Fuck you, dude.
This gun is probably a lot more badass than either one of us.
Oh my god, a dead guy just killed me. That was
How did it get-
Sonic Blast. He's dead, not on the gun. He died before I died. Love this shit. I can even get killed by a dead guy.
I'm sorry, it's not funny,
It's sad funny.
This constant movement stuff is for the birds.
Oh yeah, I hate this modifier. I hate any modifier that punishes you for possibly taking a break. God forbid. There we go.
Oh shit, it's just jumping
Yeah.
bullshit. Yeah, this sucks. Hey, now, Mark. No.
Something's still bothering. That taken energy headed toward it, not flickering. It was blinking in and out, then it was waxing and waning. Now it's just. That's it. It's been getting stronger. It's not just.
Oh, up here. You son. Ah.
I'd say, John, if you get ahead and you can pull us, pull us.
Whoa. Not. Okay. I don't know where to go now.
Honestly, it's okay to just hang tight. I'm trying I can get this part.
I'm not gonna tell you to turn around. We can't just.
Hell yeah, John.
This room's got hive magic all over it.
You guys are already at the boss?
By you
Holy
guys,
crap.
I mean John. I was still doing the thing, John.
Oh wow, dude.
Man, he is apparently pretty pissed at her boss.
You know, to be perfectly honest, I made it this far and I grabbed the weapon whenever I could. What happened?
I got murdered. Alright, I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to kill the boss in here, so when they gave me the weapon, I pretty much got the piss out of here.
Yeah, no, that's what you're supposed to do. Lore-wise, this whole encounter is kind of a loose end, because we don't actually kill the dude.
Oh, you don't? Well, who is the dude?
This is Zirkur.
Oh,
Yeah, like, I don't really understand the significance of the dude we're fighting, but he's like both taken and he's like one of the few creatures that's been taken but still keeps its will. All right, back up top.
Yep, there we go. Thank you. Just for the record, remind me not to get on your friend's backside.
Trying to see this fucking tearing shit up right now.
Hold up, there's two of them?
Yeah, there's a taking one but not taking one.
Okay. I've noticed that before.
Yeah, now shit should get goofy and it'll tell us to leave.
Things get goofy in this game. No.
More energized during this.
Word up. Thank you, John.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I guess.
That's as high
Oh, it's
as
always funny when it gives me a fucking part of the gun I already have.
it's on a long jaunt through.
Yeah, you need any
You
other
don't have to worry
conquests?
about it for now. Easy. Hive and that
Good
taken,
question.
they can't really the hive came makes sense in some ways.
Oh, that was last when I needed to go up to rank 8.
Right on.
And I don't know about anything else after that.
Well, there's got to be other conquests. That wasn't the last one, was it?
It was the only one that I needed for at least for that rank. Everything else that I see has question marks, so I don't know what else I need to do.
Yeah, let me take a look. Okay, after that one. Oh yeah, there's two Grandmasters after that. There's the Defiant Battleground and the Arms Dealer mission. Yeah, Johnny, you down to help us with those? I know he needs them. Word. All right, so let's get your rank up. We'll hit the tower real quick.
Yes, sir. I don't really want to hit anything because it hurts the hands, but that is awesome. Thank you.
Well, and he doesn't want to kick it either. I get it.
Well, no, I don't mind kicking anything. I have steel toes.
There you go. Yeah, I've got a pair of steel toe Tims that I've had for over 10 years. They're fucking awesome.
Yes, I agree.
Those are my
Huh?
Those are my winter shoveling boots.
Well, I learned to start wearing steel toes when I worked at Walmart, and people kept dropping shit on my feet.
Oh, dude. Yeah. No, I bought those. I don't even remember. I think I bought those because my boots had finally died. I wanted a pair that were gonna last.
Now, either that was the door or somebody's passing some major gas.
Oh, it was me letting the cat in. Ordered. Oh. Where are his crunchies up? The thing? Okay, cool. I'll get them right now. There's a kitty that needs to be fed right here. Let's give him his food. There we go. All right.
Left is safe.
Oh, excuse me. Oh.
Here's a stupid question, but are these ranks actually for anything?
They're for the number above your head. Like I don't think they. I'm not sure if they do anything. I feel like there was discussion about them doing stuff with regards to the tiers of loot that you could get. Like you had to bump your guardian rank up in order to get the higher tiers loot, but I wasn't sure if that was a fact or not. It seemed more like it was tied to light level than guardian rank, but it was really hard to do hard science on that.
Okay.
But I can't think of anything that like the game doesn't let you do if you're not a certain guardian rank.
I haven't come across anything.
If you're 11, it does let you do. There is something you get for being 11, and I forget what the fuck it is. John's 11. John, what do you get? I feel like there's something you get for being 11. Okay. I thought there was something goofy, like you could always like get the I ranked up buff in the tower or something. I thought there was something like stupid, not important that you got. Okay, yeah. So there's that. That's the big reward for.
You get to hit a tree?
Yeah, if you go over to the tree where it raises your guardian rank, you can get that. You can get the buff anytime that you've got right now.
Oh, this stupid little golden thing?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't care for that. I look goofy. I like that emote.
Yeah.
That is
that's a good
cool as shit.
Alright, let's see what this next conquest is.
You mind if I make some more coffee and have a quick smoke?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
We'll start to get my shit together.
Ugh, that sounds kind of stinky, my friend.
Woof, deadly solar threat. 66.6% solar damage incoming.
Ow.
Wow. Yeah. And splash damage is increased. So, yeah, definitely have concussive dampener on.
I think somebody's off their Fruit Loops. So, bump up on the solar resistance and the other doohickey? Pretty much?
Yeah, you want to do solar and concussive dampener, and then we've got overload and unstomp.
Shit. I gotta take y'all out of my head real quick.
Oh shit. My bad. I hear you.
You're a pain in my ass.
Little girl.
Okay. So while that's brewing. Oh, somebody barbecuing out here.
Hell yeah.
Probably my Spanish next door neighbors that unfortunately I can't really talk to because I don't know what they're saying, and vice versa.
Oh. Oh, I can't use that.
Is the loadouts restricted also again?
Yep. Grabbing one more weapon real quick.
Ya se me está descartando. El otro año me quería llevarme.
Well, this is pretty pretty cool of y'all to do for me. Thank you.
Yeah, right on. Alright.
Well, since I live here in Texas, one of these days I'm going to find a rich person, pull up next to him, and ask him if he has any Grey Poupon.
There you go.
I am the man with many random things.
There it is. Oh, right. Healing grenade.
So you said that there's a battleground Grandmaster?
Yeah. It's the Defiance Battleground.
I don't know how much of a pain in the butt that would be. Come on, little girl, move before I step on you. So I was telling Wolverine that if he ever got a chance to play with you and Team and the rest of them, that he should definitely take that up because
Oh, yeah.
y'all are pretty damn wicked.
Yeah, he would definitely be part of the All-Star team for sure. Alright, I think I got all that.
Ah,
Hey there.
Throwing on my bug hat for you.
oh, Mr. Buggy, huh? Now I have got to look at this hat as to why you call it Mr. Buggy. Is it the one that did all the weird like expressions on the mask that you was telling me about?
No, that was the Darcy one. This is the Halloween, one of the Halloween set masks.
So again. Nowhere to.
Oh my word! Okay, that does look cool though.
Quite aesthetic for growing up.
Alright. Think I've got my shit good to go here.
Well, we'll see. Your dude looks pretty damn cool.
Thanks. He did. This one's harder, allegedly, but I still feel like it's easier than the one we just did.
Which one is it?
This is that Defiant EDZ Battleground.
Oh,
But this is going Grandmaster instead of just Master. Not that it's gonna matter, we're all 550 anyway.
oh, and here I wanted to see if I could go in at maybe a 3. Yeah, just my luck. I'd go in there and just tickle everybody's fancy as they're killing the shit out of me.
Sounds about right. Sure. I heard they're tiny. Like everything in life.
I'm rather afraid they're counting on it. Stay
Hey, please don't take that bag. If you're ready to eat like real food. Uh-huh.
Damn you fucking bird. Well, shit. I didn't want to smack any of them anyway. Oh, this one's good to me.
Hold the ascendant from here, circumvent, striking onto the threshold.
Looks just awesome.
Didn't she die? Holiday.
The holiday.
Holy shit. Actually made it through. Huh.
Did you go over the stuff on the
I'm sorry. A little hard to hear you again.
Oh, I was eating that cookie and I moved my mic. Yeah, on those blights, you can jump on top of the blight and shoot it without taking any damage.
I didn't know that. I thought you had to be inside of it.
Nope. That's a thing with all blights. It's always been a thing too. But I feel like not many people know it.
Yeah. I actually didn't know that. And I've been playing this thing for a long time.
Well, you can't say that anymore.
What, that I've been playing this for a long time?
No,
Okay.
that you didn't know. Yeah.
Oh, well,
try,
yeah.
Try it out next time you get the chance.
Okay. Damn, these bugs take a lot of damage.
Yeah, they do.
Yay, y'all gave me a duty bell. That shit sucks.
Oh, there's a couple good rules I like about them. Oh, there's 2 overloads.
Okay, as soon as I know where they're at, I'll go and smack somebody.
Wow. Jerk. Oop. Oops. Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay. That moment when you go to throw a hammer and it runs out and instead shoots your heavy, which is a rocket. Yeah, cool. Love that shit. So dumb. Stupid way to die.
I'm not sure how I can get those idiots up there and not like die when you get rid of this blight. Unless you're inside of it. Yeah, I guess that works too.
Oh, God. 2 different. Where did that overload come from? What the fuck is that? Okay. I knew the 2 that were up on the side. So how did that one get there? Oh, those are ones. Okay. Get it.
Oh, that poses a problem. I'm out of heavy.
No, it's over here. We got 2 more overloads. Okay. Oh, shit. This fucking game. Amazing. Oh, there's another overload up there. I see you. Nice.
Been called a lot of things, but that was never really one of them.
Cool.
That was actually fun. Oh shit, there's more?
Yep.
Oh bloody hell. I thought that was the last of it.
Oh yeah, no, we're heading to the final part now.
Okay, I retract my statement of fun. You know, he has a good title under his name. Mr. Undertaker.
Hell yeah. Holy shit. Oh, fuck you. I love when you're getting shot from multiple angles and the enemies never miss.
Yeah, you had that problem too, huh?
Yeah, this is the one time I get mad at this game. It's like, okay, all of a sudden every enemy just shot me and I missed. Alright.
Well, my favorite is whenever you kill one of these stations and the magic balls come out of their ass and kill you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was a mistake. I did not want to do that. Oh, fucking Overload hiding behind the other guy. Love it. Dude, what the fuck is just lacing into us? Holy shit. Yeah. fuck you. Are you kidding me? Alrighty. Just like 8 fucking taken thrall and ran up and every time I shot at them, they all dodged. And then they just killed me. Love this shit.
I guess it could be worse. You don't ask
Not
me
much.
how, but
Sure, I'm the first to be. Pretty fucking stupid.
well, yeah. I'll give you that one. It was definitely pretty stupid. Quit shooting me, you pecker neck. Who the hell is shooting me? Like, better yet, who's not shooting at me?
Yeah. Good shit. Ha! Throw a hammer at 2 people, it goes in between the 2 of them. Really? You couldn't pick one of them to hit?
Oh nice, he gave me the Whisper Catalyst. Oh, that was sweet.
It gave you the Whisper Catalyst?
Yeah.
That's weird as fuck.
I'm looking to double check.
Phew. 288 kills, holy shit.
Damn, dude.
Alright, there's 1 left.
One. What's left? What?
1 conquest. That's it.
Okay.
This one is more solar damage coming in and grounded. So if you're jumping, it's gonna be bad. And we got barrier and unstop.
Complete the exotic mission, the Whisper. I'm pretty sure we didn't just do that. That's some weird shit. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say that we needed? I forgot.
Unstop and barrier, and you're gonna want solar resist.
Solar. Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'm good to go if you guys are.
Yes, sir.
All right, shit's happening. This would be good. Get all that shit knocked out for you. You don't have to think about it again.
Oh, I try not to think. It gets me in trouble.
Amen.
You know, I've come to realize something about you, good sir. You like to use a lot of holy phrases.
I know, for someone that doesn't go to church at all.
Yeah.
Well, I've tried to say Flying Spaghetti Monster help me, but it doesn't have the same ring to it.
What did you just say?
Have you ever heard of the Flying Spaghetti Monster?
No.
Oh, you should Google that at some point. So it's like it's called Pastafarianism. It's it's like I don't know. I guess you could call it a faux religion, but it's pretty much just making fun of like organized religion in general. But yeah, look up Flying Spaghetti Monster or Pastafarian, and you'll.
Okay, just so I get this right, so when I look it up later, you said flying spaghetti monster?
Yep.
Okay.
It's not raining out, is it?
Nope. No, it isn't.
It's supposed to snow tomorrow. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? No! It's only supposed to snow for like an hour, though.
Yeah, but you could still get a lot of snow in an hour.
Yeah, depending. Considering we got like 30-something inches in 24 hours, that was... But honestly, it was 51 today. Like, the snow is toast.
Oh, yeah.
No, 51 in February is also unseasonably warm.
Well, that is actually a whole hell of a lot better than the negatives.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh.
Jesus. Wow, that one blew the foam thing right off my mic.
Damn.
don't even know where it went. What the fuck? Worry about it later.
Well, I bet you the duck is loving the weather today.
Yeah, they're still out. I gotta put them to bed after this.
Aren't they in a coop?
No, so I let them, I mean, they sleep in a coop, but I let them free range in my backyard during the day.
Oh. Where'd everybody go? Oh.
Oh, we're all here. I was behind, I was looking for the stupid fucking thing for my mic. I don't know where it is. Sometimes the kitten will grab it. But I swore I had it on the thing a minute ago. So I don't know what I did with it.
Yeah. I've pretty much taught my two wonderful kids to leave my electronics alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that there's something I can kill here. As sad as that sounds, and morbid maybe.
Holy shit. Wow, that's shit to that pressure. Just hit it with 3 rockets. Just these, okay.
Ah, I can't see. I don't know why I keep trying to hit my own damn team.
Because they look exactly like the bad guys.
Yeah, that's it.
You guys couldn't have like hats printed or something? Anything? We're the good guys? It would help if they didn't stand right in front of me too, that's always fun.
Hey, yeah, I'll agree with you. I also think it's one of those things that don't really need them, so... I was caught on the lip.
Oops.
So you left it bookmark. It's not the best idea.
Holy shit.
Oh, bloody hell. I don't remember him being here.
Oh yeah. Oh, we got ads. Okay. Oh god, this bullshit. Wait, what the fuck is homeboy doing down here? Oh, he's finishable. And he's toast.
Why does this dude like to punch me all the time?
Just making sure you're awake.
Well, I haven't been asleep. Not yet.
Oh, this fucking ship is gonna kill me for sure. Oh, come on, dude. Fuck you. Shit is ridiculous. I'm falling to the ground so I can throw my healing grenade, and right before I get to the ground, I get shot and across the map. Killed. Third of my health out. So stupid.
Are you gonna shoot at me now?
A little something for you, buddy. Oh,
You some bitch! I got smushed it.
what was that?
My roommate.
Oh no, it's like something pushed me and I couldn't, there's nothing here. Like, what the fuck is that?
Oh, I thought you heard the elephant that is my roommate.
Nice work. Hell yeah. Well, alright. I don't know if you guys want to continue to throw down. I'm totally down if you guys are. Uh, but I gotta go put the ducks to bed. I need a few minutes. I'll be right back.
I have awoken the hive with my post on Twitter, and I wanted to share this sentiment because I want to see where you land with what I posted. And this was after my first day impressions with Marathon, and I still stand by what I said because I do think that it's the toughest pill to swallow in this situation. And I want to give a more comprehensive breakdown of what I meant by it because I feel like this statement in and of itself is, it's very short. It's very concise. We don't need an entire, 12-page thesis to express our opinions on Twitter necessarily. But if you're wondering what did Lucky mean by this post and why did it get so many likes, almost 4,000 likes and 420,000 views, which is an insane amount of impressions. I mean, 500,000 people interacted or saw this post, which it means, this literally thoroughly penetrated deep into the Marathon algorithm, and a lot of people will see this and interact with this. So the post reads, I hate to say this, and I do actually, I don't like to throw punches at Bungie in such a harsh way, and this really is a gut punch I'm about to throw here. I said, but today could have been the biggest day ever for Bungie. They could have been working for 6 years on Destiny 3, and today it finally launched. So obviously they 6 years ago determined that they wanted to start a whole new IP. They chose to pick Marathon. It was an old IP they had, and they wanted to, repurpose it into being an extraction shooter. They decided to do that instead of a Destiny 3, even though people have been asking for that for a very long time. That was their decision, and they went, forward with that, and they have, even to this day, not properly developed Destiny 3. Like, it's just recently become a conversation, but even now it's probably just a concept more than anything. So they decided to pick between these two, paths in life, right? And we can't always know what the outcome will be. And sometimes it's, maybe you want to try something new, we want to be ambitious, but I think that now that we've finally seen the other side of the 6 years, we kind of know now. And we talked about this even 6 years ago when they first announced, or we first heard rumors of Marathon. And it's now it comes full circle, right? And so this is that full circle moment where we gave our early predictions 6 years ago, and now here we are 6 years later. So this is what the thesis, what the idea is that I'm presenting. Destiny 3 launching today would easily hit over 1 million players on Steam. Now, people wanted to argue with that and say, dude, have you seen the Steam charts for Destiny lately? Like, look at this. Like, Destiny 2 has 9,800 people. You're telling me it's going to have a million people? Well, obviously, this is like the lowest and worst time ever. But when we go back in time and we look at the popularity report, we can see that, lifetime 72 million people have played this game. And when Destiny 2 launched, it actually hit, looks like about 3.8 million people. So that's 3.8 million people on its first day. And obviously it plummeted. And then we know the story of Curse of Osiris. But even still, after all of that adversity, Bungie brought it back with Forsaken. And we saw 3 million people jump online with Forsaken. So we know that Destiny can reach 3 million people, even 3.8 million people within a 24-hour cycle for their games. Now, obviously, this absolutely fried the servers. Like, the servers were a complete joke for these days, right? They were not prepared for this. And clearly, Marathon didn't hit anywhere near this. Like, we look at Marathon's server, slam right now, it's at about, it's about 80,000 right now. So not the worst numbers ever necessarily. It's not like complete high guard type of business, right? It is the weekend now, so hopefully more people get online. But it ain't no 3.8 million, right? It ain't no 3.8 million. 3.8 million is absolutely unfathomably insane. And I would argue that Destiny 3, considering it now has penetrated so deep in the gaming spheres and everyone knows of this game, a new iteration of it would probably bring more people than ever before, especially if done right? Especially if it's an improvement on the IP from all the lessons from Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 that we could possibly learn. I don't know exactly what that would look like. All I'm saying is that there is a world where that is a possibility, and then Destiny launches with 1 million people on Steam. And we know that it's mathematically possible, right? Mathematically possible. And I said that it would potentially have more than 3 million on all platforms, which again, we know is possible. We saw that it hit 3 point something million. And then I joked saying that, that's new cars for everyone in the C-suite, right? We talked about Pete. What, I think it's people, so 3 million on all platforms. Well, like I said, this is where it was at. It's at 3.8 million right here, So 3.8 million is possible. Now, this is a little bit different from Steam because Steam kind of does a 1 hour mark, whereas this is the entire day. Like, so this is a 24-hour cycle for this number. And this is the same thing with Forsaken, 24-hour cycle. Easily, yeah, maybe not easily, but I think if done right, it could very well do that, People are starved for really good games at this stage right now. And when Destiny already has a long history of, doing a lot of things right, there's a possibility it could be even better than ever before, I think that, here's the thing to think about. If you think that 3.8 million is possible for Destiny 2 Year 1, think about that. Think about what Destiny 2 Year 1 was, how bad it was on launch. No Go Fast update, no randomized roles, and you're telling me you convinced 3.8 million people to buy that game? This wasn't a free game. Not a free game. This was a paid game. You convinced 3.8 million people to buy the slow version of Destiny 2 with no random rolls. What? Imagine you launch a Destiny 3 with all the improvements that Destiny 2 took, and you build on top of all of that, and you showcase the best version of Destiny ever? Like, dude, that should be miles ahead of this. Miles ahead of this. If you could sell 3.8 million people on fucking Better Devils, did you play Year 1? People, like if you were there, did you play Year 1? If you could sell 3.8 million people on Better Devils, right? The best hand cannon in the game with no random rolls, then think about what you could sell if you had even more random rolls, even crazier god rolls, even new, more unique weapons than we've ever seen before. Just think about it. Think about what the potential is there, Like 3.8 million people saw Destiny 2's trailers, which were really good. The cutscenes were incredible. They saw the gameplay, which was really not that crazy, and they still opened their wallets and spent the money necessary to buy it. Like, wow. Imagine now the complete imagine where all of the hype and anticipation is deserved, and they developed a really well-polished Destiny 3. All I'm saying is the potential would be insane. I'm not saying that it would objectively be better. We don't know because it's just a hypothetical, but the potential is crazy. Think it could easily eclipse this. It could be 5 million if it was done right. Possible. I mean, we have 72 million people that have just played Destiny 2 in the last 8 years. The 72 million people decided to interact with this game in some capacity. All we need is 5 of them to log in to literally shatter records and make millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? The next part I said was that instead we got 140K with Marathon, which is true for Marathon server launch. It launched at 140K. I said with suspicions of layoffs coming soon, which is what a lot of people have speculated because obviously it didn't really hit some crazy, live service marks where you think that a studio of, I think there's like 300 people on Marathon, probably be some layoffs, maybe not as substantial as like High Guard, definitely not as crazy as Concord, but probably some layoffs coming, right? I said, this may go down as the single worst decision in gaming history. And I still stand by that because when you think of the possibility of the upside of what a Destiny 3 could look like in terms of like making so much money there, the idea that you would instead go with Marathon and get this outcome and probably not barely even be profitable at all is crazy in comparison. Basically, that is, in my opinion, a multi-billion-dollar fumble, right? I said, imagine fumbling a multi-billion-dollar bag. I still think that is an accurate representation of this. Basically, it's like you had two decisions in your hand. You had Destiny 3 and you had Marathon. And you had to gamble and pick one, and I get it. You thought maybe Destiny 3 wouldn't work out, people wouldn't like it. And maybe that's the case too. We're talking hypotheticals. Maybe Destiny 3 launched instead and it was worse and everyone was pissed and then the game died a year later. That is a reality of a possibility. I'm not saying that that's a guaranteed success, but I do think that the possibility of its success and its potential is much higher than what Marathon was. I think that Destiny 3 had significantly more potential to hit the stratosphere than Marathon ever did. I don't think that Marathon stood a chance. I think that even the most polished, most well-made version of Marathon would still be lackluster, maybe even mid at best, because the genre is a niche genre that's just not as popular as the arena shooters, not as well established. And, a lot of people are always looking for excuses to not play new games these days. Basically, people just want to roast all the new games. They don't even want to play them anymore. People want to play old games, And someone said the only way it would actually work is with the OG devs doing their best work right now. With the lawsuits and retirement, we'll see that. They probably won't ever see that, and I understand, right? I just think that the real focus I wanted to think about with this, and it could seem petty, and maybe it is a bit petty, maybe it is a bit, salty Destiny 2 man is salty about Destiny 2. That's fine, but I'm trying to be as reasonable as possible when I think about, I just want to think about that moment 6 years ago when Bungie, Pete Parsons, whoever sat down in the studio and they looked at the whiteboard, right? And they said Destiny 3 or Marathon, and they said, we're going to pick Marathon. I just genuinely think that was a bad decision. And I kind of wish that we lived in the multiverse in the timeline where they picked Destiny 3, because I genuinely think that would be really exciting to see at least what it would look like, what the potential could be for that. But, here we are, and this is the timeline that we're in. I still advocate for Destiny 2 to grow and do better and improve and update and, thrive is the goal in the future. And I even want Marathon to do well. I don't want Marathon to just die next month or 2 years from now, which is my current prediction. I don't want that to happen. I would like for the game to do well. I would like for a bunch of people to be like, dude, Marathon's the shit. So much fun. That would be great. Like, I don't take any pride or gain any happiness off of it. I just genuinely want to talk about the situation in the most honest way possible. And I think that sometimes you have to talk about things that you don't, they almost hurt you, like it hurts me to talk so much, to talk so poorly about Marathon in some ways, because it would be more profitable if the game was doing well and then I could cover news on Marathon for the next 10 years, right? Like it would be way more profitable for my wallet, like it would be much better, game plan, right? Because then I would have 10 years of this new game to cover the news on. And I would love to be there and do that. And I would love for that to be the narrative. But it doesn't seem to be shaping up for that to be the case, And it sucks, man. It really does suck. Because I didn't want that to be the case. Every step of the way, we've been trying to advocate for Marathon to, I said I'll play it. I said I'll buy it. I said I'll give it a chance. And it seems like every time we give the game a chance, or every time we try to make something happen with Marathon, it kind of just crashes and burns, you know. And it's definitely tough, you know. It's tough, but we're gonna keep giving it a try. We're gonna see if Bungie can like navigate through these turbulent waters, and see if they can somehow make it happen, you know, just like they did with maybe Destiny 2 Year 1, right? Maybe they have something that they can pull off. Maybe Sony is persistent enough that they don't want to just let it die. And maybe they really see something there. I'm not exactly sure what the future is, but all I'm saying is that in this moment, you know, on the scale from 1 to 10, like Marathon being like 10, which would be like, let's say Arc Raider's success. And let's say 0 is like Concord success, and let's say Highguard was like a 1, right? So Concord is a 0, Highguard is a 1, and Arc Raiders is a 10. Currently, based on everything I've seen, Marathon is sitting at about maybe like a 4 or 5. About a 4 or 5 on that scale at the current status, right? Can they adjust, make it a 6, make it a 7, make it 8? Who knows? Are they going to fail worse?
Aye, like a
Alright, so I originally wasn't going to do this, that being make a video on Marathon before it released. However, I have a lot of thoughts. As a shooter fan, as a Destiny fan, so many thoughts that I'm going to have to fight myself really hard to keep this concise and not ramble on for some obscene amount of time, which looking at this script I wrote, I ended up doing that anyway, but whatever. Fair warning, this video will likely be spicier than the content I usually make. Since YouTube isn't my job and I script out my videos and try to not poop content out in 10 seconds, I was going to wait until the game came out, play through the content, then make a more thorough, structured, professional video at that time. But this is just too fascinating for me to not talk about, so here I am. Let's get this out of the way first and foremost. My thoughts after the initial Marathon reveal 9 or 10 months ago were pretty negative. I loved the game's music and visual style and had no doubt the gunplay would be good given it's a Bungie shooter. But I was concerned after seeing gameplay. I made a video in November addressing my concerns, of which I placed into 4 categories. I said Marathon looked like it was following trends instead of setting them. I criticized the heat system and wanted Marathon's gameplay to be faster paced and lean more into the fantasy of being this synthetic runner. I wanted them to go away from the hero shooter archetypes and allow us to design our own characters for cosmetic, story, and gameplay reasons. And I wanted them to make the graphics look more like the cinematic trailers they made, as I felt that fit the universe better and just overall look better than the flat and plastic design that they had gone for that. After watching the recent Bungie Vidocs and actually playing Marathon, I can say they have nearly addressed all of these concerns. Not in their totality, but partially. For example, the graphics have retained their stylized appearance, but it's undeniable they look more detailed in a good way. The heroes haven't been totally replaced with custom characters, but there is more gameplay variety via the way of cores and implants. Obviously, Marathon is not out yet, so things are bound to change. However, this server slam is not a traditional beta test. Bungie can and certainly will take feedback in and update the game over time, but said game comes out in less than a week. So this is basically a free trial to the full game, of which will cost $40. Let me be clear about my perspective and experience. So far, I've played Marathon.
I have to restart. If I were a 2-year-old, at what age would I go Maj?
You go Maj when your age reaches the Paintress's countdown, and every year it counts down by 1.
So we're at 33, 2, 33, 30.
Let's see if we can make Jonathan Chunkachin proud with some nice solo damage. All right, laughably comfortable two-phase there. All right, welcome back, boys and girls. Today, I'm not talking about Marathon or the fact that the TWAB has been empty for the last 300 years. No, I don't care. I am not a Rage Bait channel. Let's talk about a build instead. Yes, I care about the game and the fact that nothing's happening, but I'm not gonna read clicks. I have rarely talked about Titans for the last couple of months. Not because they suck in particular, it's more so that the other two classes have gotten the new shiny toys that are better for those classes. Like, for example, Lucky Pants builds with the new Star Wars weapons, or Warlocks just having, you know, John Chunk for, how long has it been now? Like 4 months now? Anyway, so somebody in my community actually reached out, and they were talking about a Titan build that they were using, and thought that I might have some interest in it. So I took a look, and it looked pretty fun. So, that's what's happening today. We're going to be talking about an infinite Flechette build, or as close as possible you can get to infinite, and all credit for this idea or concept goes to DNA in my community Discord. I'll also leave their video down below where they show off this build versus the Sundered Doctrine dungeon where they sold the whole thing, including both bosses in 2 phases. So, what's the idea for this build? Well, the main concept for this is going to be utilizing Flechette Storm. I'm sure a lot of you who play Titan already know what Flechette Storm is, but for those of you that don't, when you have this aspect equipped and you slide, you can activate your melee to leap in the air and then activate it again to then throw blades at whatever you want and utilize your melee charges. You can chain these back to back consecutively to do some chunky damage. Now, typically when people do a Flechette build, they use the Wishful Ignorance exotic to get maximized damage with this and also get an extra blade throw. However, in today's build, we're trying to just absolutely nuke everything, and we're going to be utilizing Wormgod's Caress instead. The key difference for Flechette builds right now this season as opposed to prior is the artifact in this season. One of the artifacts is called Singularity Blade. Now, normally, Singularity Blade says while you have a Void Elemental buff, melee and sword hits weaken targets, while melee and sword final blows create a weakening burst. Now, I know what you're thinking. First off, how are you getting a Void buff on Strand? We'll get to that. And second, who cares? This sounds pretty bland. Well, actually, this seems to work similar to how John Chunk works in that you throw your Echo of Undermining grenade, and that weaken pops off on the enemy in such a way where you start getting stupid bonus damage. That's the best way I can explain it. It's just seemingly not working how it's worded. It will weaken an enemy, but then also, if you follow up with your Flechette, because it's a melee, so it'll weaken that target, you will just do crazy amounts of damage. Not quite as insane as a grenade from a Warlock, but still decent damage. Let's call it a Baby Chunk. That sounds weird. Let's call it Chunk Jr. Yeah, let's go with that. So, our 2 main concepts for the build are utilize Flechette Storm as much as we can, and get a Void Elemental buff on us so we can utilize Singularity Blade to increase our max damage. For the purpose of this build, all of our resources are going to be going to our melee because that's going to be our main source of damage. Our Wormgod's Caress gives us melee damage and weapon damage, by the way. A lot of people ignore that. Banner of War gives us melee and sword damage. Flechette Storm is a melee, of course. And Singularity Blade will be pumping our damage as well, more so than it actually states. That brings me to the Void Elemental pumping our damage. Flechette Storm is a melee, of course. And Singularity Blade will be pumping our damage as well, more so than it actually states. That brings me to the Void Elemental buff for this build and our weapons, specifically my energy weapon, which is going to be Vexcalibur. To give you guys the short and simple, Vexcalibur can give you overshields on demand. Essentially, all you gotta do is block for a second, and you have a tiny blip of an overshield, then you just whack something and kill it, and then you will suddenly have half an overshield to a max overshield, just like that. You, of course, can also just block and soak up damage, and also shoot your projectile at an enemy, which will give them a Void debuff, assuming they're around a crowd of other enemies, and then you can roll off your overshield that way too. But the idea here is your Void overshield will count as your Void Elemental buff. And also on top of that, once you do have that overshield, and you're also slaying out enemies, you can then get Rapid Final Blows to give yourself Devour, which is also another Void Elemental buff if you don't have your overshield. We get Devour from another artifact mod called Power from Pain, which says Rapid Final Blows against weakened combatants grants you Devour. We're going to be weakening the enemy with Singularity Blade and then Void Infestation, thus it's pretty easy to get Devour rolling with this build. Once you have either or both of these things, then Singularity Blade is live the entire time. The great thing about Vexcalibur is, even if somebody shoots you and your overshield is gone, you can simply just hold block again to get it right back, kill an enemy, bang, you have a full overshield once again. The other bonus to Vexcalibur and using it as a melee weapon is you get free Banner of War and Worm God stacks very easily just by plowing through trash mobs. Basically, once you get a Vexcalibur kill and you get a blip of an Overshield or Devour or both, and then you get a couple of melee kills to build up your Worm God stacks with your Banner of War, you're ready to just nuke anything in sight. Anything short of a boss will just fall over, and I mean an actual boss, not like a boss that has a part-time job at Burger King like Arms Dealer. At some point during this background footage, you'll notice I'll be basically one-shotting yellow bars in the Lawless Frontier, and I know some people are going to say, oh, it's just the Renegade's activity, who cares? No, in the Frontier, you get to fight enemies that are like -30, -40 light, and then you run to those idiots like the Strand Captains that have the Giga Chunk Overshield that take forever to kill. Yeah, those still get flattened by this. And besides my background footage, as I mentioned earlier, DNA used this build to two-phase solo, so you know it obviously can cook. With that out of the way, the ideal gameplay loop for this is you're going to run headfirst into the next wave of enemies that you see. Literally the most Titan thing possible. Just run face first into them and smash them with your hand. Well, I guess in this case, your glaive. But close enough. From there, you block, you kill with Vexcalibur, bang, you have Overshield, now you have Singularity Blade. If there's a yellow bar nearby, use Flechette Storm on them, and they will die in 1 to maybe 2 hits, and then you rinse repeat the process. While you're doing this, you're going to be building stacks of Banner of War, which will also heal you on top of giving you a damage boost, and as well as your Worm God's Caress, getting up to the maximum Burning Fist stacks. Next up, we'll sneak. What happens after I use my 3 Flechette melees? Then what? Great question. The rest of the build is catered around getting our melees back as fast as humanly possible. First up, in my heavy slot, I'm running the Slammer. Normally you think, oh, well, it's for Eager Edge and Cold Steel, right? Yeah, normally you'd be right. In this case, I'm running it because it can roll Pugilist. Pugilist gives you improved melee energy whenever you get a weapon kill using the weapon that has Pugilist on it. You could also run 86 in the heavy slot if you don't have a Slammer or any other sword or weapon with Pugilist. Although keep in mind that Bray Legacy will only realistically give you your 1 melee charge back instead of giving all 3. Same thing in your kinetic slot, you could go for a weapon that has some sort of perk that gives you melee energy. For example, weapons with Wellspring, or primary weapons with Pugilist. Then there are also armor mods that can give you melee energy back or decrease the cooldown of your melee ability. But before that, let's talk about the rest of the kit. Now, I'll be completely honest with you guys, there's nothing groundbreaking in here that's different than your normal Banner of War build, but for the sake of just going over everything, here we go. So, obviously, you have your standard grenade and melee, grapple, and frenzy blade. In the aspects, of course, Flechette Storm is number 1, and then number 2 is going to be Banner of War, because it gives us healing and increases the damage of our melees and our swords. For my fragments, again, they're just the standard. I have Thread of Warding, picking up an Aura of Power gives us Woven Mail, which gives us massive DR to keep us alive. Then I have Thread of Transmutation. When you have Woven Mail, Weapon Final Blows create a tangle. Nothing crazy, but this does give you a +10 to your melee stat, which is the bonus. Number 3 is Thread of Propagation. Power of melee final blows grant your strand weapons unraveling rounds. In this case, I have Mint Retrograde. It doesn't make a huge difference, but again, this does give you +10 to your melee stat, which could help people with their builds. And lastly, I have Thread of Ascent, activating my grenade ability, aka my grapple, reloads your equipped weapons, and grants you airborne blah blah blah, who cares. As for the stats on the build and the armor, I have my main stat being melee with 174. I could crank this to 200 if I wanted to. I just wanted to round out my other stats a little bit instead. So I have 174 on melee, then I have 100 grenade and 100 super, so I get the fastest cooldowns for that. As for my armor, for my helmet, I have a Grenadier set on that. I have Worm God's Caress in my gloves. I have Gunner for my chest. Then I have Paragon for my boots, my gloves. My helmet, I have a Grenadier set on that. I have Worm God's Caress in my gloves. I have Gunner for my chest. Then I have Paragon for my boots. And lastly, Paragon in my class item. Last thing to know before I go into armor mods, and that is going to be our super. Now, normally, the Berserker super sucks chronic donkey ass. However, it does give us one very helpful thing in this particular build, and that is going to be activating it and then immediately trying to drain it as fast as humanly possible, because when you do that, you replenish all of your melee charges, meaning that if you use Flechette and you use all of your charges on one target, you pop your super, spam it, and when it's done, you get all your melee charges back, so you can do Flechette again immediately. With that in mind, let's talk about mods. So in my helmet, I have 2 copies of Hands On to gain bonus super energy when I get melee kills. And then I have 1 copy of Social Ammo Finder. I'm running Mint, I'm running Vexcalibur. I'm actually going to be shooting Vexcalibur occasionally, so it never hurts to have extra ammo. For my gloves, now normally you would think, oh, you're going to put in melee font mods to get your melee to 200, right? And normally, yes, but in my case, I'm going with 3 copies of Heavy Handed, because anytime I get a melee kill, I'll make up Aura of Power, because the cooldown will be 1 second. Anytime I make an Aura of Power, I can pick it up to then decrease the cooldown of my melee charges. And that is thanks to my boots and my class item. Now, for my chest, real quick, it's just 2 resist mods and then an ammo gen mod for Vexcalibur when I occasionally use it. And for my boots and class item, I have these mods. I have 1 recuperation for just getting health back anytime I pick up an orb. Again, every time I get a melee kill. And then I have 2 copies of invigoration to reduce my melee cooldown each time that I get that orb to drop. So it's just a continuous chain as I just plow through enemies. Then on my class item, I have 1 copy of distribution to reduce all ability cooldowns, which includes our melee, anytime that you would use your class ability. And then I have 2 copies of outreach to reduce the melee cooldown when using my class ability. Now, funny enough, admittedly, I don't know if I activated my class ability a single time at any point recording the footage because I almost never actually ran out of my melee charges. So, you know, keep that in mind if you're running these mods. Speaking of mods for the build, in case you want to try it out on your own, I will have a dim link for this build down in the description. In the meantime, let me know what you guys think of this build, and if you have any other build ideas for me to try out, you know, the more unique, the better. We're going to be here for quite a while until the next update, which is like, in June, I think? If you did enjoy the video, please consider subscribing today. It does help the channel grow and is much appreciated. If you want to go the extra mile, you can leave a like and or comment below as well. If you don't know what to leave as a comment, you can leave not using a lightsaber as the comment. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time. A couple days ago, I made a build talking about a secret tech setup, or hidden synergy, whatever you want to call it, with hunters using Fortune's Favor and Tommy's Matchbook, where it wouldn't burn your overshield, rather it would burn your health, and you can use that to your advantage. So with this, a lot of people commented asking, well, would this work with Touch of Malice? So I ended up trying it out. Now the bad news is, Touch of Malice actually does not work the same way, and it does burn away your overshield. However, I'm a stubborn idiot, and I tried to make the build work, so I kept at it, and I arrived at something that actually is pretty damn good and pretty damn fun. Now, full disclaimer, before people start saying it in the comments, I am aware that Touch of Malice in this case is counterproductive to Fortune's Favor, given that it burns away your overshield. However, you still do get the benefits of Fortune's Favor, even if it's not for a long amount of time. So when you do get your overshield back, which you do, even while using Touch, you will still get that massive DR boost from when you do have the overshield, and of course the damage boost while you have it. Now, since Touch does burn away our overshield, I shifted the build a little bit to a more of a recovery build and consistent healing and rebuilding your overshield while pumping out the max amount of damage with Touch when it only has 1 bullet in the mag. The difference here is that unlike Tommy's, which needs to keep ramping up, Touch, once you get it to 1 bullet and you don't reload, continuously just has that massive bonus damage, and then eventually it also has a pocket nuke when you get to 10 blights. For those of you that haven't used Touch before or haven't in a long time, here's what it does. Its intrinsic trait, Touch of Malice, a very creative name, states the final round in the magazine deals bonus damage, drawing from the wielder's life force, and then regenerates itself. Defeating commands or multiple targets rapidly restores your health. Basically, the idea is to get your mag down to 1 bullet, and then you keep shooting that 1 bullet over and over and over without ever reloading. For the catalyst, it doesn't really matter. If you have it, cool. If you don't, doesn't really matter too much. And then for the perk, Charged with Blight, this is basically a taken Nova Bomb out of your gun, right? So when you land precision hits, you drain the combatant's life force, and then charge a Ball of Darkness, and then you hold reload when you have 10 stacks to put it into this new mode to restore health, and then fire a Nova Bomb at your combatants, which will also blind them and do a chunky amount of damage. The idea with Charged with Blight here is to combo it off with Tether, which is going to be our super in this build. You tether down a bunch of enemies, including a big yellow bar, then you use your reload perk, and then you fire the giant Nova Bomb at the boss, killing all the trash mobs and then doing big damage to the large target. And to briefly cover Fortune's Favor, since I know most of you know what these boots do, essentially, it gives you a Void Overshield. That Void Overshield gives you 70% damage resist, and also gives you a 50% damage buff to your weapons. Now let's move on to the kit. So this is where things completely change between this build and the Tommy's build. For aspects, we're keeping Ascension like the previous build because, well, Ascension is just busted, one of the best abilities in the game. It's going to give us DR, it's going to make us harder to hit, and it's going to synergize with our second aspect, which is going to be different from last time. Now, we're running Threaded Spectre instead. The idea here is that you're going to pop Ascension, get all the benefits, and also pop out a clone, which will then get targeted by the ads around you, and they'll be shooting the clone rather than you, which in the long run will let you abuse Touch of Malice that much further, not having to worry about every single enemy trying to shoot you while you're shooting them with a weapon that's going to be damaging you. Accompanying that setup is going to be our class ability, which is going to be Acrobat's Dodge. Rather than a reload dodge or a melee dodge, we're going with Acrobats to give us Radiant directly every time that we use our dodge. We don't want Marksman's Dodge because we don't want to be reloading Touch of Malice. We want to keep it at 1 bullet to get its max potential. So that's a no-go. Then Gambler's Dodge. Technically speaking, you could use this if you want. However, with the melee that I'm using, I'm not going to have any need for this because our melee is going to be Threaded Spike. Throwing Threaded Spike at a bunch of enemies and then catching when it comes back will refund a bunch of melee energy to you, so you should have your melee up pretty consistently and therefore will not need Gambler's Dodge. I'm also going to be synergizing Threaded Spike with Focus Strike in our gloves. That way, every time that we do hit our melee on enemies, we get class ability energy back, which will then give us the ability to use our Ascension even more. Lastly, our grenade slot. So there's two choices here, I think. You could either go the standard way of putting a grapple. Grapple's fantastic, great movement tech, getting away from combat, etc. Or you can go with what I'm going to be choosing, which is Magnetic Grenade, specifically because I want another source of weakening enemies. The idea here is to help synergize with the artifact mods with this build, which will include spreading Weaken across multiple enemies. As for fragments, there's 5 of them. We're going to start with the quarterback of fragments when it comes to Fortune's Favor builds, which is going to be Facet of Purpose. Since we have a Void Super, Tether, every time we pick up an Aura of Power, we gain an Overshield. Pretty self-explanatory. Number 2 is going to be Facet of Protection, the staple to all prismatic builds. Anytime we're surrounded by combatants, we have increased damage resistance. Number 3 is going to be Facet of Grace. This is specifically for the touch build. Defeating targets with kinetic weapons grants you bonus transcendent energy for both light and dark. Number 4 is Facet of Hope. While you have an elemental buff, your class ability regenerates more quickly. So this will include anytime we use Ascension, which will give us Amplified, anytime our Fortune's Favor boots are on and giving us a Void Overshield, anytime that we have Devour on, which is another elemental buff, and so on. And of course, also when we dodge, we will become Radiant, which is also an elemental buff. And lastly, we have Facet of Dominance. This is here specifically because of my grenade choice. Since we're using a Void Grenade, our Void Grenades are going to weaken targets. For my stat breakdown in this build, my main 2 stats are still going to be class ability and weapons, but this time around, weapons is the main stat rather than class ability like with the Tommy's build. The idea is I want to have my class ability as much as humanly possible to abuse it to its max potential, so I have it at 100. And then I pumped everything else into weapons while still keeping my other stats relatively good. Like I have my super at 75, but I have super font.
Join our new seminar, Religion and Science, to learn about cosmology, the cognitive science of religion, and more. Go to religiondepartment.com.
and laugh at your face. He was like, "Took ate your Milky Ways." You son of a. Yeah, Super's from Mississippi. He's from down south. But we say, the real huckleberry.
Going to get you. Oh, better run. Salad buns.
I mean, the buns have guns? Super. Your mind out of the gutter. Oh, there's no banner there. What the heck? It's over here. It's over here. It's over here. Oh, Sarah. You stole our kid. Sarah, why? Why? What the? Okay, I think Sarah's switching up. She's going to the middle. He's switching things up. Oh, come on.
down. Sharp looker.
out. Shut them down.
By who?
time to rest now.
Terrace Gate is. Here's an example.
What's going on, guys? It's G-Miners here, and in this video I'm going to be going over how to do both of the Sparrow flying and the infinite slipstream techs in Destiny 2, which tend to be the most two popular techs that people like to learn. Looking over at Sparrow flying first, this is super easy. I'd say it's a 2 out of 10 in overall difficulty. It took me about 10 minutes to learn. The keybinds are super easy to understand and super straightforward, and mastering the inputs doesn't take long at all. And then infinite slipping, on the other hand, is much more of like an 8 or 9 out of 10 in total difficulty. This took me around 3 to 4 weeks to really get down, so that's going to be a much more difficult tech overall. Real quick, before we do get into either of the techs, there's one thing that you will absolutely need, which is going to be a Sparrow with the perk Destabilizers on it. This allows you to hold Shift and then WASD to roll and maneuver the Sparrow in air. That's it. That's all you actually need. However, the Sparrow Always on Time, which is the exotic Sparrow from Scourge of the past, does have this first perk, I believe, which gives it an extra boost, which can be used as an extra dodge, which is super useful for the techs in this video and super useful for learning. So if you are going through this, flying. Now that we are officially up here, the place we're going to be doing the slipstream is off of this ledge. However, I'm going to be breaking this down so that you can see all of the core mechanics and how everything fits together on an ideal slipstream. And then after that, I'm going to be going over all of the idiosyncrasies and things that you're probably going to struggle on, like where to look, how to chain multiple slips together, why you're going too far to the left, too far to the right, and other things that are going to improve your slip performance. Step number 1, all you're going to do is go off of this ledge, and then we're going to hold Shift and then also S, and we're going to start performing a backflip to around the point where we're 60 degrees back. It should look something like this. That should be the angle that you're searching for. And then for step number 2, we are going to be switching from holding Shift and S to Shift and A. You also should not let go of Shift while doing it. And again, we're swapping once we hit that 60-degree angle in our backflip to a side flip, and it should look something like that. Your main goal is to land your Sparrow so that it is upside down and pointing to the left. And then the very, very last step of this first repetition that you're doing is you're going to dodge to the left like so. So with everything put together, through our backflip, side flip, dodge. And you can see we kind of go wonky in the air like that. So now we're going to go over how you can actually chain multiple of these together. After this, chaining multiple of these reps in a slipstream together is what's going to make it actually hard. So the first thing you're going to want to do is throw in holding S after you do your dodge. And this is going to be without Shift, and it's just going to pull your Sparrow back to keep your rotation kind of normalized. It should look something like this. You can see I pull back here, and I kind of start already getting into the process of going into my second slip rotation. After this step, we are just transferring from holding S to Shift A and S to get that full rotation to come back around, and then we throw in another dodge, and it should look something like this. Now, you obviously just saw me do multiple reps. If you're doing this for the first ever time, this is going to be your main first barrier to get over, which is chaining a few of these back to back to back so that you can actually control your rotation in mid-air. So you're definitely going to want to stop, practice this, and then after that is when we are going to work on getting multiple of these sets pieced together, like where you saw me run out of dodge, wait for it to come back, and then start slipping again. I'm going to show you an example of that right now. So I'm going to do a full set right here. You can see me slipping like so. And then I run out of dodge, so I can't keep going. And I'm going to kind of idle in the air, wait for my boost to come back. And then
peace with others around you. That you love. The only true justice is to let those dominant jackals feed on you, survive off you.
Go right back into slipping. That is literally all the inputs for the infinite slipstream. Now I'm going to go over the idiosyncrasies and reasons that you're probably failing a slip, things that are going wrong, and you're saying, why is it doing this versus why is it doing that? So first things first, one of the most important things is actually going to be your initial setup. I know I went over that kind of quickly, but if you have a bad setup like this, you can see I'm instantly dodging kind of down and to the right. Your initial setup makes a huge difference. So I've spent personally probably 2 or 3 days just getting that mastered myself. A very common issue to run into is pulling too far to the right or too far to the left, which is going to come from 2 issues. As I mentioned, first is going to be your initial setup and the angle you have there. And then the second thing will also be the dodge timings that you have. So real quick, just to over exaggerate the setup, if I don't throw enough backflip in and then just go to the side like that, that would be when I'm pulling too far to the right. That means I need more S, is what we would say. Otherwise, I need to throw more of a backflip. If I have way too much of a backflip, that would be when I'm pulling to the left. You can see that angle is going hardcore to the left as well. So if you're going to the left, you need less S and more A. When it comes to the timing of your dodge, let's say you have a perfect setup. If I dodge late, you can see my Sparrow immediately kind of starts going up and to the left, which is normal in the rotation. That's just the rotation that we're using. And then once again, dodging too early. This will also make you go to the left. However, it will also kind of push you down because you're dodging too early in the rotation. So your Sparrow is coming under and then pointing down when you're dodging. So that's going to be an even bigger issue as to why you might be losing height, and another reason why you'll be going to the left. The second major issue that you're going to run into, let's just say you've perfected your first initial set of slips and everything is perfect at this point, you're going to run into an issue where you go for your second set and you just aren't getting the rotation to work out so that you're slipping at the same angle again. This would look something like this. Again, this is my first kind of set, is what I'm just calling it. And then you might just find that your Sparrow kind of goes out of control or whatever. In some cases, this is going to happen with additional inputs that you're probably doing that you're not aware, or in other cases, it might just happen automatically. The major fix that I've seen for this that other people have actually recommended to implement in my own slip is aiming slightly to the left, and you can kind of do this during the whole slip if you want to, which I probably do naturally, or right after your first set, you can aim to the left to keep that rotation going. So it should look something like this. And then I'll aim slightly to the left, and then I can get my rotation back after my dodges come in. After you get pretty decent at chaining multiple sets together, I think the only major issue that you're going to run into is if you need more speed or you need more height. So the first thing boost to come back.
Three, two, one, go.
You guys, okay.
Oh no, I'm gonna hit. I'm kidding. I thought I was lower.
This angle is actually crazy.
Oh no!
sorry if I sound off. I'm definitely off right now. But it's just a super simple video. Basically a slipstream. All you need to learn how to do first off is how to sparrow fly. I'm not going to show how to sparrow fly in this video because if you want to learn how to
Hello,
slipstream...
Preeti. So the scientific name for human beings is Homo sapiens, and I'm a curious...
Sorry if I sound off. I'm not going to show how to sparrow fly in this video because if you want to learn how to slipstream, you should learn how to sparrow fly first, and you should already know how to. If you want to just jump straight into slipstreaming, then it's going to be a lot harder for you. When you slipstream, the only inputs you're going to really be doing is S and A mainly, and then whatever your dodge button is. For me, it's the side button of my mouse for left dodge. You don't use right dodge at all, only left dodge. So S, A, dodge, and your destabilize button. My destabilize button is my right click. I just swapped it, so shift normally is destabilize or break, and right click is normally boost. Right, for me I swapped it, so my shift is actually my boost and right click is actually my destabilize. So when you start a slipstream, basically what we want to do is when you go off an edge, you're gonna hit destabilize, or sorry, not destabilize, you're gonna hit S, A, and destabilize all at the same time. But make sure you space out the S and A as you do it, because if you just press both at the same time, you're gonna kind of just like a torpedo shape. So basically what we want to do, it wants to look like this. You see how when I did that, I went into that cone shape? I'll put it on screen. When you go into this cone shape, that is kind of how you want your sparrow to look. So now again, I'm going to show it again just so you guys are aware. When you boost off the edge, right, you're going to go into this cone shape, right? And you want to kind of keep that momentum. You want to keep that cone shape going over and over and over and over again until you get that rotation perfectly. Now, everyone's rotation is differently. No one's rotation will ever be the same because of how inputs are inputted. So once you get the rotation, then I want you to start inputting a new dodge. The dodge will be left dodge. This one. Not this one. Left. So once you're off the map and you do SA, you're in a dodge when your right wing, the wing right here. I use AOT, or always on time, for the best representation because it's the true sparrow hitbox. And we want to do this wing is on the bottom of your screen. That's when you will dodge. See how it's on the bottom? That's when you're dodging. Obviously that slip is horrendous, but just showing off that first dodge, when your sparrow's like this, it'll be on screen right now, that is when you want to dodge. So now just get comfortable with doing just one dodge. Dodge once, and then stop. And just keep doing that until you can get the feel for, holy shit, I'm going up now. And I'm still getting distance. I'm not stalling midair. I'm not going down. I'm not just literally plummeting to my death. Now that you've gotten that first dodge now I want you to implement a new input. After you dodge, now you're going to hit SA again and destabilize. One of the key points I need to make right now is you never dodge while holding stabilize. If you dodge while holding stabilize, you will go down. You will not gain any height. You will just keep plummeting down slowly and slowly and slowly. So after you do your first dodge, you're gonna let go. You're gonna do stabilize, SA, and then dodge again. Alright, so SA, dodge, SA, dodge. And you just repeat that to keep your slip going. Now you're probably wondering on how you actually get from spawn to red roof or from red roof to spawn. Well, this is where you can get more advanced, I would say, in slipstreaming, is not just chaining them. So after you get all 6 dodges done, you have no more boost. You can't do anything. Well, in between those sets, what you'll do is you'll just keep like doing the inputs without dodging. So you'll do SA, 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 and once you see your boost full, then that's when you boost again, or when you dodge again. So I'm gonna just do a normal set, and then see my boost is going up, just doing the inputs, and then dodging again. If you find yourself going too far left, and I'll show you what I mean. See how I'm going left now? Well, the reason why that is because you're holding too much S. S will always cause you to go left. and A will always cause you to go right. Now, if you want to get faster with your slips, then 1, I would go on lower FPS. FPS matters when you slipstream, right? If you're not comfortable with 30, then I would go to 45. It might look weird still, but you get a lot more dodge distance when you do this. So when you go off an edge, if you want to get more speed and add more artificial S, you can turn your camera to the right like a flick and then aim back middle. What this does, it gives you artificial S. So it gives you more S to get more height and speed. And then just chain your dodge again. Okay, so now is something that no one ever tells in any video. You kind of have to figure on your own just from practicing over and over and over and over and over again. And it's really dumb that no one's made a video about this. Something that you need to learn eventually if you're going out of bounds with your Sparrow, or just trying to get literally up to the top of Red Roof without having to Sparrow fly or mountaintop jump. Literally, you need to learn how to vert. It's just the same thing as slipstreaming, but you start low and you gain height as you go. And the only thing you do when you kind of do a vert is you're just adding more S. Right? And you see I'm going up instead of straight. It's because I'm adding more S just to go up. And you don't have to turn your camera. I turn my camera because how much A I use. But if you're just doing a normal vert, you're just holding more S. Well, if I'm down here and I want to get up top, if I just do a normal slipstream, I'm gonna hit this wall. Well, if I do a vert and add the flick, you'll get more S and put it to your slip, and then you're up top. Now, if you have any more questions about this stuff, how to slipstream, how to keep your slip consistently, you can just put in the comment section down below. If you see me in the cistern on any of my accounts that I play on, then you can just ask there. I'm not gonna say it's me, but I'll answer the question still.
Enoch tells you that the first generation Nephilim would only live for 500 years, and that they were to kill each other off in a massive civil war that their parents had to watch. This 500-year civil war that Enoch writes about is what the Greeks later stylized what became known as the Clash of the Titans. When they were killed off in the civil war, their spirits went out and became wandering spirits. They lost their physicality. They're looking for bodies again. In this state, they were and are demonic entities. So what happened next? I believe they started this process of the genetic manipulation that we read about in Joshua 4:18 and Jubilees 7:24. They started to create host bodies for their spirits to go into. And those animal-human chimera may have been similar in characteristics to their fathers.
Come on, babe. Let's go hunting today. Can't go today. It's that time of month and my stomach's hurting. Wait just a second. You mean you're like on it? Yes, babe. It's that time of month. Ha! Well, then you gotta go. You don't even have a choice anymore. Excuse me? Them deer are rutting right now. This is our opportunity. Together, we can trick a big buck. Seriously? I'm being for real. Put your clothes on and bring your heating pad. Wow, I gotta pee. Come right here, baby. Pee right here in this circle right here. I'm really starting to feel like you're just using me. Hey, if it works, then, I mean, it works. Baby? What now? Spread your legs out a little bit more. No, I'm not doing that. Just do it. Next time, I'm just peeing in a bottle. You know, that's a great idea. We could even sell it. I don't know why I married you. Is that the buck you got on camera? Yeah, that's him. I did all the work. Let me shoot it. We may not see him again. It's probably best that I shoot him.
There you go. Sorry it was on back order for so long. What do you need?
I need a part.
Yeah, that's why you're at the parts department. For what?
A Mitsubishi.
You got the VIN number?
No.
Your make and model.
It's a 2011 Mitsubishi Outlander.
You got cats or dogs?
It has cats, yeah.
What part you need?
Water pump.
All right, not showing any in stock. 3 to 5 days out.
Can we do anything like next day?
It'll cost you.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's for a customer. I need it.
All right, got it coming.
Whoa, did you just order it?
Yeah, you told me to order it.
Yeah, but I have this whole other list of parts I need for it.
Why?
Because
Why
I
would
need
you
the
not
parts.
Get this to me right away?
Because
I'm not going to be able to get this order in today.
What do you mean?
I got to type all these part numbers in?
Yeah.
There's no way I'm going to get this in.
It's like your job.
Why wouldn't you do this online?
What?
This is ridiculous. You're gonna expect me to type all these part numbers and order these parts for you?
Yeah.
No. Come back later. There you go.
Come on, babe.
Enoch.
Come on, babe. Let's go hunting today. Can't go today. It's that time of month and my stomach's hurting. Wait just a second.
Enoch tells you that the first generation.
I'm sorry if I sound off. I'm definitely off right now. But I'm sorry if I sound off. I'm definitely off right now. But
3, 2, 1, go.
My name is Ceasing, and I'll be showing you how to slipstream. This video will go off of the basis that you already understand how sparrow flying works. The first step to starting a slipstream is pulling your sparrow back in midair. Once the tip is pointed towards the sky, you spin your sparrow left. This will create the funnel motion that allows you to stay in the air. As your sparrow swoops back up, you want to dodge, like you do when the IRS comes looking for you due to indiscriminate tax fraud. This will send you both upwards and forwards. Remember to let go of destabilizers for your dodges. Unlike sparrow flying, your dodges are only in a single direction throughout your slipstream. This direction being the way you are spinning. If you spin left, you only do left dodges. To continue to slipstream, you want to tap or hold Shift, S, and A, all together, until your sparrow swoops back up and you are ready to dodge again. If you picture WASD as directions, then you want to hold bottom left to continue that funnel motion, letting go to dodge on your way back up. You may notice that you veer off to the left during your slipstreams. To counteract this, you can drive off at a right angle. This problem eventually fixes itself as you practice more. Camera movement is also an important factor in your slipstreams. On screen, you will see an angle that represents the rotation of your sparrow. As this angle tilts more to one side, you want to look more to the other side to counteract it. A good default angle should have your sparrow almost form a 100 to 110 degree angle between the left and middle of your screen. Left, you only do left dodges. To continue to slipstream, you want to tap or hold Shift, S, and A, all together, until your sparrow swoops back up and you are ready to dodge again. If you picture WASD as directions, then you want to hold bottom left to continue that funnel motion, letting go to dodge on your way back up. You may notice that you veer off to the left during your slipstreams. To counteract this, you can drive off at a right angle. This problem eventually fixes itself as you practice more. Camera movement is also an important factor in your slipstreams. On screen, you will see an angle that represents the rotation of your sparrow. As this angle tilts more to one side, you want to look more to the other side to counteract it. A good default angle should have your sparrow almost form a 100 to 110 degree angle between the left and middle of your screen. You can widen this angle by using more S than I in your rotation. Step to starting a slipstream is pulling your sparrow back in midair. Once the tip is pointed towards the sky, you spin your sparrow left. This will create the funnel motion that allows you to stay in the air. As your sparrow swoops back up, you want to dodge, like you do when the IRS comes looking for you due to indiscriminate tax fraud. This will send you both upwards and forwards. Remember to let go of destabilizers for your dodges. Unlike sparrow flying, your dodges are only in a single direction throughout your slipstream. This direction being the way you are spinning. If you spin left, you only do left dodges. To continue to slipstream, you want to tap or hold Shift, S, and A, all together, until your sparrow swoops back up and you are ready to dodge again. If you picture WASD as directions, then you want to hold bottom left to continue that funnel motion, letting go to dodge on your way back up. How sparrow flying works. The first step to starting a slipstream is pulling your sparrow back in midair. Once the tip is pointed towards the sky, you spin your sparrow left. This will create the funnel motion that allows you to stay in the air. As your sparrow swoops back up, you want to dodge, like you do when the IRS comes looking for you due to indiscriminate tax fraud. This will send you both upwards and forwards. Remember to let go of destabilize. The first step to starting a slipstream is pulling your sparrow back in midair. Once the tip is pointed towards the sky, you spin your sparrow left. This will create the funnel motion that allows you to stay in the air. As your sparrow swoops back up, you want to dodge, like you do when the IRS comes looking for you due to indiscriminate tax fraud. This will send you both upwards and forwards. Remember to let go of destabilizers, basis that you already understand how sparrow flying works. The first step to starting a slipstream is pulling your sparrow back in midair. Once the tip is pointed towards the sky, you spin your sparrow left. This will create the funnel motion that allows you to stay in the air. As your sparrow swoops back up, you want to dodge, like you do when the IRS comes looking for you due to indiscriminate tax fraud. This will send you both upwards and forwards. Remember to let go of destabilizers for your dodges. Unlike